Hello, and welcome to another gentle sleep story, a quiet place to rest your mind and soften your breath. Tonight we wander into the world of the Witcher, into a tale of monsters and curses, and the thin, fragile line between beast and human. This is a grain of truth, the story of Geralt of Rivia, a lonely road, a forgotten mansion, and a love that reaches beyond nature itself. Before we begin, find a comfortable position. Let your body settle into the bed or wherever you're resting tonight. You don't need to hold on to every word. Just let the story wash over you, gentle as waves on a quiet shore. If you drift away, that's exactly what your body needs. This tale is long and slow, no sharp sounds, no sudden moments, only a calm descent into dreams. The fire is warm, the night is peaceful, and Geralt's path leads deeper into the woods, toward a hidden mansion waiting in silence. Let your breath soften, let your thoughts loosen, and when you're ready, let's begin. The world had gone silent, snow drifting through bare branches, like ash from a quiet funeral pyre, each flake settling into the white shroud, blanketing the forest floor. Geralt of Rivia rode slowly atop Roach, amber eyes scanning the tree line, with the calm vigilance of one who had survived too many winters to count. Roach's hooves crunched through fresh powder, steady rhythm echoing softly in the cathedral of frozen oaks, their breath rising in pale twin ghosts, dissolving into the gray afternoon, life pushing on, even in a world determined to freeze it still. Another contract, another monster, another coin purse to carry him towards spring. The cycle never ended. Decades of hunting had taught him that truth well. Where there were people, monsters followed, and where there were monsters, people always paid a witcher's price. He'd left the last village 3 hours earlier, their frightened warnings whispering still at the edges of memory. A merchant caravan vanished near the old Beaumont estate. No bodies, no blood, only an empty road, and silence thick enough to make villagers bolt their doors. Cursed mansion, they said, demon lord, stay away after dark. Geralt's lips twitched faintly, not quite a smile. Curses were his craft, his burden, his livelihood for longer than most of those villagers had drawn breath. Tracks in the snow told their own quiet story. Deer trails, rabbit prints, and something larger, heavier, moving with deliberate purpose through the underbrush. Not a threat yet, but worth noting. The forest shifted around him, young birch and pine giving way to ancient oaks, trunks thick as towers, branches twisted like old fingers clawing at the sky, trees that had stood since forgotten kings still lived, trees that had seen things, remembered things. Through the lattice of black limbs, stone walls emerged from the whiteness, the Beaumont estate rising like a monument to old, misplaced wealth, 3 stories of Gothic stone, towers reaching into heavy clouds, gargoyles perched along the cornices, faces smoothed by centuries of ice and rain. Roach's ears flicked back, then forward, uneasy, sensing something her rider couldn't yet see or smell. Geralt's hand drifted to the hilt of his silver sword, not drawing, just confirming its presence, ready but not alarmed, not yet. Most windows stared back like dead eyes, hollow and empty, cold as the snow-covered stones surrounding them. But one window, high in the eastern tower, glowed faintly, warm golden firelight flickering behind the glass, soft, inviting. Warmth or warning, invitation or trap, Geralt breathed slowly, snow whispering around him, the silent forest holding its breath as he approached the fallen estate. Geralt dismounted in one fluid motion, boots sinking deep into snow that reached halfway to his knees, Roach snorting softly as he tied her reins to the rusted iron gate. The mare stamped nervously, dark eyes rolling white at the edges. Winter and instinct, whispering warnings she could not name. "Easy," he murmured, running a gloved hand along her warm neck, voice quiet and steady. "I won't be long. A lie, perhaps, but a comforting one for them both." The path to the mansion had once been magnificent. Even under winter's shroud, the ghost of formal gardens lingered, geometric hedges now wild and tangled, weeds jutting through snow like skeletal fingers, stone fountains froze mid-flow, basins cracked by decades of ice, statues lining the walkway, headless, limbless, silent torsos watching with absent eyes. Yet something felt wrong. The path had been cleared recently, not swept clean, but tended. Snow brushed aside within the last day or two, and there, pressed into the powder, footprints, large, booted, leading to and from the entrance, contradicting the mansion's ruin. Abandoned yet lived in, decayed yet maintained, dead yet breathing, the facade whispered the same contradiction. Beautiful bones beneath rot, carved stone lintels, fractured stained glass, gargoyles worn smooth by wind and rain. Someone was home, and they wanted to be seen. Geralt's witcher senses sharpened, catching scents drifting from within. Wood smoke burning clean and hot, roasting meat rich with herbs, wine mulled with cinnamon and cloves, comfort, warmth, domesticity, and nothing of rot or blood or curses. He heard it too, the soft pop of a fire, heavy measured footsteps somewhere inside, and humming, a deep male voice carrying a tune of loss and longing. No monster stench, no death, only lived in warmth behind crumbling stone. Geralt touched the door. Heavy oak reinforced with iron bands, meant to bar out winter and thieves alike. It hung slightly ajar, an unspoken invitation. "Enter, stranger. You are expected." He hesitated, not from fear. Fear had long been burned out of him on Kaer Morhen's killing grounds, but from calculation, every instinct whispering that something here was off. Not dangerous, perhaps, just wrong in some quiet way. He pushed the door slowly, hinges groaning in protest, warmth rushing out in a wave, striking his skin with shocking contrast. Golden firelight spilled across the threshold, painting the snow in amber and orange, beckoning him inward. Geralt stepped inside, hand still resting lightly on his silver sword's hilt, breath quiet in the glow of the entrance hall, and then from deeper in the mansion, down unseen corridors, through warm, firelit rooms, a voice called out. Cultured, amused, utterly unsurprised. "Close the door, Witcher. You're letting the cold in." The great hall opened before him, a fading memory of grandeur slowly dying beneath layers of dust and time, vaulted ceiling soaring 3 stories high, disappearing into shadows even the iron chandelier could not touch. Half its candles burned, flickering in drafts that slipped through cracks in ancient stone, shadows dancing across faded tapestries hanging like funeral shrouds, hunting scenes riddled with moth-eaten wounds. The fireplace dominated the far wall, large enough to roast an ox whole, flames roaring within it, fed by logs thick as a man's torso. heat rolling toward Geralt until sweat gathered beneath his armor. Furniture filled the hall in strange contrast. Velvet chairs torn open beside immaculate mahogany tables. Wealth and ruin sharing the same space like uneasy companions. A massive dining table stretched down the center, carved from a single piece of dark wood. Its surface polished to a mirror shine despite the decay around it. And upon that table, food. Steaming roasted boar with crisp golden skin. Fresh bread still warm. Wine poured into crystal goblets. Ruby light flickering inside them. Freshly prepared. But by whom? A figure rose from a high-backed chair near the fire. Massive, easily 7 feet tall. Silhouette monstrous in the glow. Shoulders broad enough to fill a doorway. For a heartbeat, it looked like something from a bestiary, hulking and wrong beneath the chandelier's trembling light. Then it stepped forward, clothing fine and tailored, midnight velvet, polished leather boots, but the face twisted into something beast-like. A boar snout, tusks curling from a too-wide jaw, wild hair between human and animal, skin smooth in places, coarse with bristles in others, yet the eyes, gods, the eyes remained human, intelligent and unbearably sad. "I heard you were in the area," the creature said, voice cultured, weary, each word shaped carefully around tusks never meant for speech. Geralt felt the curse instantly, magic old and heavy, transformation woven so deeply into flesh that undoing it would tear the soul apart. Punishment magic, not practical, meant to break a man slowly. "You're not attacking," Geralt observed, hand easing away from the sword at his hip. "Why would I?" the creature replied, gesture surprisingly graceful despite clawed fingers. "You're a guest. Please sit, eat. It has been..." A flicker crossed his eyes. Ancient pain, heavy loneliness. So long since I had company. Loneliness thick enough to fill the hall, lingering in the air like another presence. Geralt sat cautiously, the chair groaning beneath him but holding steady. Senses sharpened as his host poured wine with delicate control. Claws moved the crystal decanter without spilling a drop. Precision at odds with the monstrous form. "You want to know what I am?" the creature said, settling opposite him at the vast table. "What happened? They all do, the few who reach this place. I want to know if you're killing travelers," Geralt said plainly, voice level, unreadable. The creature's laugh was bitter, painfully human, the sound of a man who'd borne every accusation imaginable. Deserved some, dismissed others long ago. "No, Witcher. I'm just living, or what passes for it." He raised his goblet in mock toast. "I'm Nivellen, and this..." His eyes swept the ruined hall with quiet resignation. "Is my prison." Nivellen settled deeper into his chair, the old leather creaking beneath his massive frame, his painfully human eyes fixed on the fire, watching flames devour wood as if searching for answers he stopped asking decades ago. "I was young once," he began, voice distant, reaching back through years stretched thin and heavy. "Handsome," they said, certainly arrogant. He lifted his goblet, swirled the wine gently, but didn't drink. "Minor nobility," he said softly. "Enough wealth to be dangerous, not enough responsibility to shape me into anything better." A small breath escaped him. "I had charm, the kind that opens doors, that loosens purses, that makes fathers nervous when you smile at their daughters." He stared into the fire, sparks spiraling upward like fading memories. "I mistook cruelty for confidence," he said quietly. "Took what I wanted, called it my birthright. War came, as it always does, sweeping through kingdoms and hearts alike. and he followed it willingly. I joined a mercenary company, he continued, not for honor, not for king or country, but for plunder, for the thrill of taking what belonged to others. Geralt listened in silence, amber eyes steady, reading truth in Nivelalen's posture as much as in his words. We raided a temple, Nivelanen said, voice turning brittle at the edges. A distant land, a goddess whose name I didn't know and didn't care to learn. His clawed hand tightened around the goblet stem. We were drunk, on wine, on power, on the invincibility young men feel when they move in packs. The words slowed, each one pulled from a wound that never healed. I found a young priestess in the temple's heart, he whispered. She was praying, can you imagine? Her world burning, and she prayed. Shame flickered across his distorted features, fragile and raw. I forced myself on her, he said, voice barely a breath. There, in that sacred place, I took what she would not give. Silence followed, heavy as stone, stretching across the hall like a second shadow. She cursed me with her dying breath, he murmured. Not a scream, not a plea, just a simple truth spoken with divine certainty. You will become what you are inside. His hand rose to his face, tracing the snout, the tusks, as if still surprised by them after all these years. The transformation was instant, he said, bones cracking, face stretching, screams turning to squeals as my throat reshaped. His mercenary brothers fled, leaving him alone amid the ruin they had created, running from the monster he had become. He finally drank, a long swallow that emptied half the goblet. I woke in the ruins, alone except for the bodies we'd made, crawled to a pool, saw this face staring back at me, punishment made flesh, justice carved into bone and sinew. The journey home had been a nightmare, darkness and back roads, stealing food, hiding from torches and screams. My servants fled, he said. My family barred the doors. My sister cried my name once, then silence. Isolation began that day, the mansion becoming his prison, the curse his warden. Years passed, he continued softly. 5, then 10. Then I stopped counting, days identical as snowflakes in an endless winter. He learned to live with the beast, to hold a quill with claws, to taste wine through a boar's snout, to read with eyes that still remembered humanity. But the loneliness, Witcher, he whispered, voice breaking like old wood. The crushing, endless loneliness of decades without a voice to answer yours, without a touch that isn't recoiling, without anyone seeing a man instead of a monster. That is the true curse, he breathed. Not the body, the isolation. Geralt had heard worse confessions, seen darker sins, but something in Nivelalen's voice held a quiet understanding, the weight of a man who'd had 73 years to contemplate every memory. How long? Geralt asked quietly. 73 years, Nivelanen said, the number hanging in the air like a tolling bell. 73 winters alone, 73 seasons turning behind locked doors, 73 years speaking to empty rooms and waiting for an echo. 73 years, he repeated, eyes glistening in the firelight, and you are the first person to sit at my table and listen. Then, 7 years ago, she came. It was a spring evening, the kind that makes you believe in second chances, windows open to let in warm air, the scent of blooming roses drifting softly through the halls, sweet, almost painful in its beauty. I was in my library, the one room untouched by the curse, Because books do not care what you look like. They do not flinch at claws. They do not recoil from fangs. I had built that library over decades, shelves rising floor to ceiling, filled with philosophy, poetry, histories of kingdoms that rose and fell, while I remained trapped in this shape. I was reading by the fire when I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel path outside. Impossible. No one came here. Not anymore. The village girls had stopped years ago, their courage finally spent. I had grown used to silence, to shadows, to dust. The door opened without a knock, bold, unafraid, and then she was there, a woman, beautiful beyond reason, dark hair catching firelight, skin pale as moonlight, lips red as fresh blood. A traveling cloak hung from her shoulders, dusty from the road, yet her eyes held no fear when they met mine, no horror, no disgust. She simply looked calm, steady, real. "Good evening," she said, voice soft, almost amused. "I have lost my way. Might I shelter here tonight?" I couldn't speak at first, convinced loneliness had finally broken me, conjured an illusion to soothe my madness. But she waited, patient, breathing, undeniably real. "You are not afraid," I managed, voice rough from years without use. "Should I be?" she asked, smiling slightly, as though my shock were an interesting puzzle. I offered everything, food, a room, warmth, anything to make her stay, desperate that she might vanish like mist, terrified this fragile miracle would dissolve at dawn. She accepted with quiet grace, as if cursed mansions were ordinary, as if dining with monsters was nightly routine. That first night, conversation flowed like wine, her laughter soft and genuine, unforced. She asked about my books, my thoughts, my loneliness. She saw past the tusks and bristles. She saw me. Morning came, and I expected her gone, expected the dream to end. But she remained. I heard her walking in the gardens, exploring the hallways, humming softly, bringing music back to rooms that had known only silence for decades. "I will stay a while if you will have me," she said, casual, as though offering a small kindness rather than salvation. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. Vereena. She finally gave her name. Vereena, who filled this dying mansion with life, who softened every shadow, who made the curse feel less like a prison and more like a home. I fell in love, helplessly, completely. For the first time in decades, I was not alone. For the first time since the curse twisted my flesh, I felt human again. Not because my form changed, but because she looked at me and saw a man worth knowing, worth staying beside. She did not run, did not scream, did not recoil. She simply stayed, day after day, night after night, and in her staying, I found something I believed the curse had stolen forever. Hope. For 7 years, we lived as, I hesitate to say, husband and wife, but something close, something warm, something real. Our mornings began in the library, reading side by side, her fingers tracing the spines of books I'd gathered over decades. Philosophy, poetry, ancient histories. She devoured them with a hunger that matched my own, quiet, thoughtful, endlessly curious. Afternoons belonged to the garden, Vereena tending the roses as though born of sunlight and soft earth. And I swear to you, Geralt, the flowers bloomed brighter beneath her touch, colors I'd never seen in 70 years, crimson deep as spilled wine, whites glowing like moonlit snow, petals opening as if eager for her presence. Evenings by the fire, her head resting on my shoulder, despite the tusks, despite the fur, despite the beast the curse made me. She fit there perfectly, as though this monstrous shape had been carved with a hollow meant only for her. Her acceptance was total, complete. She touched me without revulsion, kissed me without hesitation, looked at me without flinching. She found beauty where I saw only monstrosity, found a man where I believed only a beast remained. Through her eyes, I became something worth loving. Our nights together, she made me feel human again, not in body. The curse never shifted, never weakened, but in spirit, in worth, in the quiet truth that I was more than my punishment. We talked about everything, good and evil, sonnets, stew seasoning, grain prices in distant markets. She insisted on cooking, though I had learned to manage during my solitude. Said she enjoyed it. I think she enjoyed making the mansion feel like a home again. Her laughter, gods, Geralt, her laughter echoed through halls silent for 70 years, like bells ringing after the longest winter. The curse didn't lift, not on the surface. My reflection stayed monstrous, but the weight eased, softened. For the first time since that temple, since that priestess spoke her dying curse, I felt worthy of love, of joy, of redemption. She never asked about the curse, never pressed. She accepted me as I was, beast and man bound together, inseparable and entwined. And I never asked why she stayed. I was too grateful, too afraid that questioning might shatter whatever delicate magic held her here with me. The mansion changed beneath our hands, cleaned, revived, rooms waking from decades of sleep. She chose the old servants' quarters for her room, insisted on privacy now and then, her own space. I respected that completely, grateful for any moment she shared with me. 7 years passed like a dream, a happiness I never imagined possible for something like me, a monster living in shame and silence. I thought, perhaps the curse was lifting, not my flesh, but my soul, that maybe redemption wasn't about looking human again, but about loving and being loved despite the beast. What happened? What always happens, Witcher, when monsters forget what they are? The wine you served, Geralt said quietly. The vintage is from 3 years ago. Who trades with a cursed man living alone? Nivellen stiffened, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Merchants pass through occasionally, he murmured. They're not all superstitious. And Vereena? Geralt asked, voice level, calm. Where is she now? She's resting, Nivellen answered quickly, too quickly. She sleeps during the day, travels at night, prefers the darkness. Some people are simply nocturnal by nature. Geralt's medallion thrummed against his chest, subtle, steady vibration, unmistakable. My medallion's been vibrating since I entered this house, he said. There's magic here beyond your curse. This mansion is cursed entire, Nivellen insisted. You'd feel magic in every stone. The roses, Geralt continued softly. They're blooming in winter. That's impossible without powerful magic. She has a gift with plants, Nivellen said, grasping at the explanation. A green thumb, as they say. And these scratches, Geralt added, touching the doorframe beside him, claw marks etched deep into wood. They're not from your tusks. Your tusks are blunt. These are sharp, precise. Old damage, Nivellen muttered. This house has seen decades of neglect. Geralt's voice stayed calm, quiet as falling snow. Villagers nearby spoke of missing livestock, sheep drained of blood, cattle dead in the fields. Wolves, Nivellen insisted. This forest is full of predators. What is she? Geralt asked softly. Darkness flickered across Nivelin's eyes. Panic, fear, love tangled together. Does it matter? He breathed. She loves me. I love her. 7 years we've harmed no one here. 7 years of peace. Isn't that worth something? The missing travelers, Geralt said gently. The livestock. She feeds. Only animals, Nivelin snapped, voice cracking with desperation. She promised me only animals, never humans, never. She gave me her word and she's kept it. You're choosing to believe that, Geralt murmured. I'm choosing to trust the woman I love, Nivelin cried. Is it so impossible that something like me could be loved, that something like her could choose differently? She's more than her nature. I've heard that before, Geralt said quietly, from others who loved monsters, who believed love could change what someone is. And maybe they were right, Nivelin pleaded. Maybe love does change things. It changed me. She changed me. The villagers would disagree about the harm, Geralt said, still calm, still steady. Livestock isn't people, Nivelin insisted. She hunts to survive. Like wolves, like bears. You don't hunt every wolf in the forest. I hunt the ones that develop a taste for people, Geralt reminded him softly. She hasn't, Nivelin whispered, voice breaking. I would know. I would smell it on her. Human blood smells different. She comes to me clean, always clean. Or you've convinced yourself of that, Geralt said, because the alternative is unbearable. Nivelin's voice collapsed into a whisper, raw, pleading. Don't do this, please. I'm begging you as a friend. She's all I have, he said. The only thing in 70 years that made this curse bearable. Without her, I'm just a monster in an empty house waiting to die. Geralt breathed slowly, gently. I need to meet her. No, that wasn't a request. Nivelin recoiled, pain flashing across his face. You'll kill her, he whispered. The moment you see her, you'll know what she is, and you'll kill her. That's what witchers do. I kill monsters that prey on humans, Geralt said softly. If she's kept her promise, if she truly hunts only animals, we'll find another way. And if you're wrong, Nivelin asked, voice trembling, if you decide she's too dangerous anyway, I lose everything, again. Or I confirm what you already know, Geralt said gently, and have been trying not to face. Nivelin sagged, all strength draining from his massive form. She'll be awake soon, he murmured. When the sun sets, you can meet her then. But please, he said, voice breaking open like an old wound, give her a chance, give us a chance. We've built something here, something real. Geralt nodded once, quiet, steady. I'll listen, he said softly. That's all I can promise. The door opens from the darkened hallway. No footsteps, no warning, just sudden presence where emptiness lived moments before. She steps into the candlelight, and the room changes. Breath tightens. Shadows shift to make space for her. More beautiful than described, impossibly so, a beauty too deliberate to be natural. Porcelain skin glowing from within, dark hair cascading like liquid shadow, features carved with perfect symmetry, crafted by something that understood human desire, but was not human at all. Yet something is wrong in how she moves, too fluid, too smooth, like silk sliding across water, gestures too graceful, too precise, crossing that quiet line where perfection becomes unsettling, where elegance reveals something predatory beneath. A witcher, she says softly, voice honey wrapped around venom, sweet enough to draw you in, poisonous enough to kill. How inconvenient. Her eyes meet his, ancient intelligence behind a youthful face, amusement flickering like candlelight, challenge glimmering there, recognition between predators who see each other clearly, no fear from either side, only assessment, calculation, quiet acknowledgement. She moves to Nivelen's side, her hand settling on his shoulder, the touch possessive, protective, claiming him without a word. Mine, the gesture says. This one is mine. Vereena, Geralt breathes, voice smaller than he expects, carrying fear and understanding in equal measure. Of course he knows, she replies, amusement warming her tone. He's a witcher. They always know. No denial, no shame. She wears her nature like jewelry, beautiful, dangerous, deliberately displayed. Geralt's hand drifts toward the silver sword, not attacking, not threatening, simply ready, the calm readiness of someone who has killed before. Bruxa, he names her softly. The word hangs between them like smoke, confirmation spoken aloud at last. Her smile sharpens, beautiful and deadly in equal measure. Guilty as charged, she purrs. He looks between them, Nivelen, trembling with love and fear, Vereena, predator wrapped in beauty, his world fracturing along lines he tried not to see. She hasn't killed anyone. Nivelen insists, voice raw, desperate. I swear it. 7 years, no human deaths. Her laugh rings out, musical, chilling, like bells made of frost. He's not wrong, she says softly. I've been restrained. The word lands heavily, carefully chosen, restrained, not changed, not cured, simply held back by will or love. Why? Geralt asks. Calm but firm. Bruxa, don't abstain from human blood. It's not your nature. She studies him with affection, unsettling and tender all at once. A wolf gazing lovingly at a lamb and meaning it. Because he asked me to, she says. Because he sees me as more than hunger incarnate. The unspoken parallel hangs thick between them. She sees him as more than a cursed beast. He sees her as more than a monster who feeds on blood. Two creatures finding fragments of humanity in each other. I could kill you, Witcher, she says gently, almost kindly. I've killed your kind before. Not a boast, just a statement of fact. You could try, Geralt replies, equally calm, a mutual understanding of capability and consequence. Please, Nivelen whispers, stepping between them, body shaking like a bridge under too much weight. Please, both of you. There's no need for violence. He stands physically between them and emotionally between them, trying to stop the inevitable collision. The tension thickens, heavy as winter fog, every breath potential violence, every muscle ready, every instinct awake. Then something shifts in her posture, shoulders lowering, stance softening, standing down. For now, for him. Stay the night, Witcher, she says, voice smooth as dark silk. See for yourself. We're not what you think we are. The invitation hangs in the air, challenge and peace offering intertwined, proof offered, time bought, violence postponed, not prevented, just waiting for morning light to reveal what darkness hides. The table is set for 3, crystal glasses catching the candlelight, silver cutlery arranged with careful precision, his desperate hospitality laid bare, a fragile proof that normalcy can exist here, that civilization can be conjured even inside a curse. She serves the food with impossible grace, each movement deliberate and fluid. A performance she does not need for herself. She doesn't eat human food anymore, hasn't in centuries, but she completes the ritual anyway, for him, for the illusion of a shared life. He eats cautiously, every sense open, every instinct watching for the trick that isn't there. The food is simply food, roasted meat, fresh bread, wine untouched by anything but grapes and thyme. Conversation starts stiff, words brittle like ice needing warmth, each sentence chosen carefully, but slowly, gently. Something softens, something human returns. Remember that winter the pipes froze. You tried to fix them yourself and flooded the east wing. Her laugh, light, unguarded, brightening the room more than the candles. I was trying to help. You were trying to prove you didn't need the village plumber. Their hands touch across the table, her fingers resting lightly on his, not for display, not for the witcher's benefit, just affection, quiet and honest, built over years of choosing each other again and again. He watches their dynamic unfold, the easy way she leans toward him, the way he blooms beneath her attention like winter roses warmed by rare sun. She gives him space to speak, she listens, she lets him feel human again, and he becomes more than a curse sitting at the table, more than a punishment walking in a man's clothes. The love between them is undeniable, impossible, dangerous, but it exists, and its existence feels heavier than any blade he carries. What defines a monster really? She asks, the question floating across the candlelit room like a thin blade of truth. I was born this way, he was cursed for his crime. You were mutated as a child without choice. Which of us is the true monster? No answer comes quickly. The question digs deeper than silver ever could, cuts through the tidy categories he's built over decades, human and monster, innocent and guilty, safe and dangerous. Everything blurs under the weight of her words. He taught me monstrosity isn't in the body, she adds softly. It's in the choices. The irony is sharp, painful, real. Nivellen became a monster for his choices, the crime he can never undo, and yet he has spent 70 years paying for it, trying to be better, choosing love, choosing restraint, and she, a creature made of hunger and shadow, choosing not to feed on humans because someone asked her not to, because someone saw her as more. Recognition flickers in him, a parallel he cannot unsee. He too is defined by function, created to kill, rarely seen as a person, usually just a tool. Witcher, mutant, necessary monster, never simply man. The meal ends, plates cleared, night deepening around the manor, darkness pressing against the windows, patient, listening. A yawn escapes Nivellen, a small human sound, a reminder that the curse never took his need for sleep. I should rest, he murmurs, voice full of resignation, the tired acceptance of a man who knows his fate is being weighed and may not favor him. You two, talk, decide what happens next. He leaves them, steps fading down the long hallway, and the room becomes quiet again, Witcher and Bruxa alone, predator and predator, understanding forming in the silence, recognition between creatures who walk the line between human and monster. The night stretches long ahead of them, full of truths that can no longer be avoided, and decisions that will shape what survives until morning. The fire burns low. Shadows drift across the walls like memories given form, flickering, fading, returning. She pours wine for both, crystal catching the firelight like captured stars. The quiet between them settles warm and steady. You're wondering if I'll attack. I won't. Not tonight. Why not? Professional curiosity, not fear. Just the question of a man who's studied predators his entire life. Because killing you would hurt him. I've done many terrible things, Witcher. Centuries of terrible things. But I won't do that. Her story unfolds like a scroll, written in blood and time. Centuries of existence. Kingdoms rising from mud and crumbling to dust. Empires born and buried, feeding and forgetting. An endless cycle of hunger and emptiness. The hunt is always the same. Seduction, the brief connection, skin on skin, breath mingling with breath, then feeding, life draining away, a moment of intimacy before death, then emptiness again, always emptiness. Humans taste of their emotions, fear bitter and metallic like copper, desire sweet and intoxicating, love I had never tasted, not in 600 years. Meeting him changed everything. I came to feed, found something else entirely, something I didn't have a name for. He didn't desire me, not at first. He was lonely, so was I. For the first time in 6 centuries, I understood the difference between hunger and loneliness, between feeding and connecting. 7 years of learning to be more than hunger incarnate, reading his books, words becoming windows into human thought, tending his gardens, watching things grow instead of die, choosing restraint when instinct screamed for release. Do you know what it's like, Witcher, to be seen, truly seen, not as tool or threat, but as someone? Silence stretches between them. He does know, rare moments with Yennefer, with Ciri, moments where he was seen beyond function, beyond Witcher, beyond mutant. I feed on animals now, deer, wolves, whatever the forest gives. It's weaker, thinner, like watered wine after vintage, but it's enough. The sacrifice in those words, diminishing myself to stay with him, becoming less to become more. Sometimes I dream of human blood, wake with fangs aching, hunger clawing at my throat like a living thing, but then I see him sleeping, peaceful, trusting me completely, and the hunger quiets. Her voice cracks slightly, the first imperfection in her perfect facade. I've never been trusted before, never been loved. The word hangs fragile in the air, like something that might shatter if breathed on too hard. What happens when he dies? The curse won't kill him, but age will eventually. The question cuts. She flinches, barely perceptible, but there. I'll have had 7 years of being more than a monster. 7 years of being seen, being loved, choosing something beyond hunger. Some creatures live centuries and never have that. The tragedy of their love laid bare, temporary by nature, doomed from the beginning, but real despite that, perhaps real because of that. Will you kill me, Witcher? Direct, unafraid, almost curious. The question of someone who's lived long enough to be tired of living but not ready to stop. His pause stretches, long, heavy, weighing duty against mercy, law against justice, the code he's lived by against the evidence before his eyes. The fire crackles, shadows dance, time holds its breath. Staring into the dying fire, embers glowing like distant memories, wrestling with a decision that has no clean answer. His training speaks with absolute clarity. Bruxae are dangerous, kill on sight, protect humans. The code written in blood and experience. Simple, clear, unambiguous. But his experience whispers something different. The world is rarely that simple. Monsters and humans blur at the edges. Good and evil aren't species specific. He's learned that lesson too many times to ignore it now. Thinking of Yennefer, sorceress, dangerous, lifespan stretching centuries, powerful enough to level cities, yet he loves her, has loved her across decades of impossibilities. Thinking of Ciri, child surprise, destiny's pawn, magic incarnate, power that could reshape worlds, yet his daughter in every way that matters. Blood doesn't make family, choice does. Thinking of himself, mutant, long-lived, monster hunter who is himself monstrous, yellow eyes marking him as other, mutations that make humans flinch. If the code applied equally, who would hunt him? I've killed Braxa before. They were hunting, killing, beyond reason. They gave me no choice. You're different. You've chosen restraint, but for how long? I don't know. Maybe forever. Maybe until he's gone and grief breaks me. Maybe tomorrow, if the hunger becomes too strong. I don't have answers, Witcher, only intentions. Would you want me to kill you then, before you become what you were? The question hangs between them. Mercy killing as love, death as kindness, the blade as salvation. I don't know what's right. My code says one thing, my conscience says another, and I've lived long enough to know the code doesn't cover everything. Then listen to your conscience. Codes are written by those who've never loved monsters, by those who've never been monsters themselves. Her words strike home, like silver through flesh. He's loved Yennefer despite everything she is, been loved by Ciri despite what he is, lived in the gray between human and monster his whole life. The decision forms slowly, like ice crystallizing, like dawn breaking. I'll stay tonight. Watch. If you hunt, I'll stop you. If you don't, you'll let us be? For now, but I'll be watching. And if I hear of human deaths in this region, if travelers go missing, if the pattern changes, you'll come back and finish it. I understand. It's more mercy than we deserve, more than I've ever been given. The pact made, conditional peace, trust with conditions, hope with an expiration date, not perfect, not permanent, but real. Settling into the chair, sword within reach, senses alert despite the appearance of rest. I'll keep watch. You should do whatever you do at night. Her smile carries sadness and gratitude in equal measure, beautiful and terrible, human and inhuman. I'll tend the roses. They bloom better under moonlight. He says it's impossible, but they do. Some beautiful things thrive in darkness. She leaves, footsteps silent, presence fading like smoke. He watches the fire die, watches the night deepen, watches for movement that might mean broken promises, and hopes he won't have to draw his sword. At the window, watching her move through the snow-covered garden like a ghost given form, moonlight revealing her fully, no pretense, no performance, movements flowing with inhuman grace, too smooth, too perfect, predator undisguised. She tends the roses with genuine care, pruning dead growth, touching petals with fingertips that could tear through flesh like paper, humming softly, a melody older than the kingdoms buried beneath this snow. The roses respond to her presence, blooming fuller despite winter's grip, colors deepening, reds like fresh blood, whites like bone, pinks like dawn over battlefields, unnatural vitality pulsing through stems and thorns. Her magic feeds them, death magic sustaining life, paradox beautiful in its impossibility, darkness nurturing light, hunger creating growth. Sensing presence behind him, Nivellen joining the vigil, both watching her in silence, Witcher seeing threat, lover seeing beloved, same creature, different truths. His voice comes quiet, barely disturbing the night. I know what you see. I see it too. The predator, the monster, the thing that shouldn't exist in civilized spaces. But I also see her reading by candlelight, lips moving softly with the words, laughing at my terrible jokes, truly laughing, crying at sad poetry because beauty moves her. Which one is real Witcher, the monster or the woman? Both, always both, for all of us. The admission rare, acknowledging his own duality, human and mutant, man and weapon, lines blurred beyond recognition decades ago. Gratitude flickers across the cursed man's face. Will you really let us be? If she keeps her word, if no one dies, but Nivellen, you know this can't last forever. I know, curses end, lives end, love ends, everything ends eventually, but we have now, today, tonight, this moment. Isn't that enough? The simple wisdom in acceptance, temporary doesn't mean meaningless, doomed doesn't mean worthless. 7 years of love outweigh centuries of emptiness. She looks up, sensing their observation, waving with genuine warmth, so human, so normal, so impossible for what she is. Fangs hidden, claws retracted, warmth real despite horror. The decision solidifies like steel cooling in water. Tonight, they live. Tomorrow is tomorrow's problem. The future can wait for dawn. Get some rest. I'll watch until dawn. Nivellen's hand on his shoulder briefly, warm, grateful, human touch from an inhuman creature. Thank you for seeing us, not just what we are, but who we are. He leaves, footsteps fading up the stairs, bedroom door closing softly. Alone with vigil, fire crackling low, thoughts circling like wolves around prey. She continues tending roses, humming that ancient melody, beautiful and terrible, monster and woman, death and life, every contradiction alive in the moonlit garden. The night stretches ahead, long, cold, full of choices with no right answers, but for now, this moment, mercy wins. The sword stays sheathed, the roses bloom, the impossible love continues. Dawn will bring its own decisions. Dawn light creeps through windows, grays becoming golds, shadows retreating, night ending its hold on the world. Stiff from night watch, muscles protesting hours of stillness, but the vigil was peaceful. No hunting, no screams, no blood. She returns inside as sun threatens, nocturnal creature retreating from light, tired, drained from restraint, the cost of choosing control visible in every movement. Nivellen descends the stairs, hope written across his cursed face. She didn't hunt, you saw. Cautious acknowledgement forming. One night proves little, but something, a beginning perhaps, evidence that choice can triumph over nature. Moment of tentative peace settling over the house. Perhaps this could work. Perhaps love is enough. Perhaps. Sound of horses, wagon wheels crunching snow, voices calling out, all three freeze. Merchant caravan at the gate, 5 men, 2 wagons laden with goods, seeking shelter from storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Hello, the house, we need refuge. Storm coming fast, we'll pay generously. Nivelin's panic visible, humans here. Vereena weakened by daylight, hunger rising like a tide against a failing dam. Her posture changes, predator scenting prey, pupils dilating into black pools, fangs extending slightly, instinct answering the smell of food. Send them away, please. I can smell them. Their blood pumping, warm, living, close. Moving between her and the door, protective of merchants unaware of danger, wary of her losing the battle with instinct. The road ahead is clear. Storm won't reach here. Go, keep moving. But the merchants insist, exhausted, desperate, seeing shelter not threat. We're exhausted, just a few hours rest. We'll pay well, please. Her control slipping, hands clawing at her own arms. Pain used to fight instinct. Centuries of hunger versus years of choice. I can't. It's been so long since humans were close. The smell everywhere, filling my head. I can hear their heartbeats. Nivelin holding her, arms anchoring trembling body. You can. You've done it for 7 years. You're stronger than the hunger. But her body shakes violently, instinct winning, nature reasserting itself, choice cracking under pressure. I'll send them away. Stay inside, both of you. Don't come out until they're gone. Stepping outside, closing the door firmly, barrier between predator and prey, approaching merchants with hand on sword, not threatening, but ready. Behind him, through the thick door, her voice breaking. Hurry, please hurry. I don't know how long I can. Fragile peace shattering like ice under weight. 7 years of restraint tested by 5 men who smell like life, like warmth, like everything her nature screams to consume. Protection becoming necessary, not from her, but for her and for them. The merchants smile, grateful, unknowing, the storm inside the house darker than any weather. Approaching the caravan, 5 rough men, veteran traders with scars and hard eyes, not easily intimidated by reputation or threats. The house is occupied. You need to leave, now. The leader suspicious, weathered face creasing with doubt. By who? We heard this place was abandoned, cursed. Nobody's lived here for years. It is cursed. That's why you need to go. I'm a witcher. Trust me on this. Merchants exchanging glances. Witcher means monsters, means danger, but also means coin, opportunity. What kind of monster? We'll pay you to kill it. Clear the road for good. Make it safe for trade. Frustration rising like bile. No time for explanations. No time for negotiations. It's complicated. Just leave. I'll escort you past safely. No charge, but sky suddenly darkening. Storm clouds rolling in faster than natural. Unnatural speed, boiling across horizon like spilled ink. Wind picking up violently, trees bending nearly double, snow swirling into blinding walls, temperature dropping so fast breath crystallizes instantly. Magic storm, Vereena's distress manifesting through ancient power, or terrible timing. Doesn't matter. Result is the same. Merchants' horses panicking, rearing, breaking traces, one wagon wheel cracking under stress, wood splintering loud as gunshots, leader deciding, survival instinct overriding caution. We can't travel in this. We'll freeze before we reach the next town. Let us in. Moving toward house despite protests. 5 men with determination born of desperation. Death by cold or death by unknown. They're choosing unknown. Physically blocking door. Sword still sheathed but stance unmistakable. You don't understand. You can't go in there. I'm trying to save your lives. Get out of our way, Witcher. We're going in. You can't stop all of us. Shove in past. 5 men versus 1. Numbers winning through sheer mass. Shoulders hitting chest. Door bursting open behind him. Wood slamming against wall. Horror crystallizing. They've doomed themselves. Can't stop what comes next. Momentum of tragedy unstoppable now. Inside. Nivellen trying desperately to hide Vereena in shadows. But too late. Merchants flooding in. Stamping snow. Bringing cold and fear and the smell of living blood. Seeing them both. Cursed beastman and beautiful woman. Confusion flickering across faces. Then fear. Then understanding twisted by panic. One merchant drawing sword, steel scraping from sheath, voice cracking with terror. Monsters, both of them. It's a trap. Everything happening too fast. Fear breeding violence. Weapons rising. Vereena's hunger spiking at proximity. Nivellen roaring protection. Chaos erupting like wildfire in dry forest. The fragile peace shattered completely. 7 years of restraint breaking under pressure of 5 terrified men who don't understand what they're seeing. Good intentions failing, misunderstanding breeding tragedy, violence becoming inevitable, the storm outside nothing compared to storm inside, blood about to spill. Everything Geralt tried to prevent, happening anyway. Merchant lunging at Vereena with sword. Threat-triggering predator response buried beneath 7 years of restraint. Her transformation instantaneous. Beauty shattering into nightmare like porcelain exploding. Face elongating. Jaw unhinging with wet cracking sounds. Fangs extending fully. Curved, serrated, designed for tearing. Eyes going completely black, skin splitting to reveal something beneath. True form, all pretense gone, the thing that hides behind the woman. Inhuman shriek erupting, sonic weapon, windows cracking, men clutching ears, blood trickling from ruptured drums, moving faster than human eye can track, blur of pale flesh and blood. Predator unleashed after years of starvation. First merchant dead before his scream finishes. Throat torn open. Arterial spray painting walls crimson. Body crumpling like puppet with cut strings. Second, trying to run. She's on him instantly, feeding. The hunger, 7 years denied, finally unleashed. Drinking deep. Ecstasy written across inhuman features. Nivellen screaming from across the room. Vereena, no, please stop, you promised me. But she's lost to instinct. Centuries of predator overwhelming years of choice. Nature reclaiming what nurture briefly held. Third merchant, swinging sword desperately. She catches blade barehanded, steel biting into palm. No reaction, snapping it like kindling. Killing him with his own broken weapon. Blood everywhere, walls, floor, ceiling. The mansion becoming abattoir. 7 years of peace erased in seconds. Drawing silver sword, no choice now. Must stop her. Duty demands it. The law demands it. Humanity demands it. Nivellen throwing himself between them, arms spread, shield of flesh and love. Don't, please. She'll stop. She just needs a moment. She can control it. Vereena finishing fourth merchant, drinking deep. Ecstasy and horror mingling on face that's neither human nor fully monster. Something between, something worse. Fifth merchant cowering in corner. Prayers spilling from lips. Monster, demon, God save me, please. She approaches slowly, savoring fear, the hunt, everything she denied herself for love, all of it rushing back like flood through broken dam, voice cutting through bloodlust like silver through flesh. Vereena, look at him, pointing at Nivellen, tears streaming down bestial face, heartbroken, betrayed, watching love become nightmare. Look at what you're doing, look at who you're breaking. Vereena pausing, blood on her mouth, hands, dress, everywhere. Humanity trying desperately to resurface through crimson tide, seeing Nivellen's face, the love of her existence, watching her become the monster he'd convinced himself she wasn't, the last merchant bolting for door. Survival instinct, fatal mistake, movement triggering predator response. Her instinct faster than thought, leaping, catching, killing before consciousness returns, before choice can intervene. 5 men dead in under 2 minutes. The Bruxa's true nature undeniable now, written in blood across every surface. Silence after violence, only dripping blood, ragged breathing, horror settling like ash after fire. Transformation reversing slowly, beauty returning, but covered in evidence of what she is, what she'll always be. Looking at her hands, blood, so much blood. The thing she'd promised never to do, the line she swore never to cross. Looking at Nivellen, his face destroying her more completely than silver ever could. Love and horror and betrayal warring across cursed features. The choice made, the promise broken. 7 years shattered in 2 minutes of instinct. Nature versus nurture. Nature won. Love insufficient against centuries of hunger. Tragedy of good intentions. Lying dead on blood-soaked floor. You gave me something I never had. Centuries of existence and only 7 years of living. Kissing him. Blood on her lips. Tenderness despite horror. Goodbye in the gesture. Love transcending the carnage surrounding them. Live, my love. Finish your curse. Become human again. Find someone who can stay. Nivellen sobbing, voice breaking around words. There is no one else. There will never be anyone else. 7 years or 7 centuries. It doesn't matter. You're all I want. Vereena stepping back, arms spread, offering herself to Geralt's blade. Acceptance in her posture. Peace in surrender. Make it quick, Witcher. I've had enough of suffering. Enough of fighting what I am. Raising sword. Professional mercy. Clean death. Ending the tragedy before more blood spills. Silver catching light. Reflecting crimson. Nivellen's scream tearing through air. Wait! Everyone freezing. His voice carrying weight of decision forming. Desperation breeding impossible ideas. Lowering sword slightly. Caution in the movement. What are you thinking? Nivellen's wild hope igniting. Words tumbling out faster than thought. The curse. It was punishment for my crime. Magic that restrains. Maybe hers can be too. Vereena confused. Hope dangerous to feel after what just happened. Punishment. I don't understand. Binding. Like mine. Magic that restrains. Makes killing impossible. Forces control where will fails. Skepticism heavy in voice. Curses don't work that way. They're not tools. They're punishments. Specific, personal, and who would cast it? But Nivellen remembering, pieces connecting through desperation, the priestess who cursed me. Her temple still stands in the mountains. Her order still exists. They have power, ancient power. The desperate plan forming, seeking those he wronged, begging for mercy, offering penance for sins decades old. Vereena's voice small, fragile. They'll never help. Why would they? I just killed 5 men. I'm exactly what they fight against. Because I'll offer myself, confess everything. The merchant's daughter I violated, the crime that brought this curse. Accept whatever punishment they demand. The sacrifice clear, his freedom for her restraint, his suffering for her salvation, trading one curse for another. Geralt's voice cutting through hope. You're talking about walking into a temple of the wronged and asking for mercy. They could kill you both. Probably will. I know, but it's a chance. Better than watching you kill her. Better than living without her. Vereena shaking head, blood drying on skin. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me. Not after what I've done. What I am, Nivellen crossing to her, taking blood-stained hands in cursed paws. You sacrificed 7 years fighting your nature for me. Let me fight for you now. Let me prove love isn't just words. The mansion silent except for dripping blood. 5 corpses bearing witness. 7 years of peace destroyed. But hope. Impossible. Desperate hope. Flickering in darkness. Geralt sheathing sword slowly. Not mercy. Not yet. But postponement. If you're doing this, we leave now. Before anyone finds the bodies. Before questions come. Nivellen nodding. Determination replacing despair. We'll go to the temple. We'll beg. We'll offer anything, everything. Vereena looking between them, monster seeking redemption, predator seeking chains, and if they refuse, if they kill us instead, then we die together, better than dying apart. Love seeking impossible solutions, hope against reason, sacrifice as proof of devotion. The aftermath of violence becoming catalyst for desperate journey. 5 dead, 2 cursed, 1 witcher, and a temple in the mountains that might offer salvation or damnation. Journey beginning at dawn. 3 unlikely companions on desperate quest. Breath misting in frozen air. Geralt leading, protection and insurance both, ensuring they reach judgment. Silver sword visible reminder of what happens if they flee. Nivellen and Vereena following. Holding hands despite everything. Love persisting through blood and horror. Cursed paw wrapped around pale fingers. Winter forest silent around them. Snow muffling hoofbeats. World holding breath, waiting for resolution. Days of travel, camping in cold. Sharing fire, strange domesticity and tragedy, monster, bruxa, and witcher breaking bread together. Conversations by firelight, Nivellen telling Vereena about the priestess, his crime, his shame. Words he'd never spoken aloud, her listening without judgment, voice soft in darkness. We're both monsters who found each other. That's something, maybe the only thing that matters. Geralt observing silently. Love doesn't fix people, but it reveals who they want to become. 7 years proved that. Vereena's fear growing as temple nears. 3rd night, voice trembling. What if they just kill me? Execute me for what I am? 5 men dead, blood on my hands. Why would they show mercy? Nivellen's promise immediate, fierce. Then I'll die with you. 73 years alone was enough. I won't survive it again. I won't even try. Geralt's rare comfort. Professional distance cracking slightly. The priestesses value redemption. If they didn't, Nivellen would be dead, not cursed. They chose transformation over execution once. Maybe they will again. Temple appearing through trees. Ancient stone rising from snow. Bells tolling across frozen valley, sacred ground ahead, all 3 stopping at boundary, point of no return. Choice must be made now. Vereena's last hesitation, hope and fear warring. We could run, disappear. Live in wilderness where no humans go, just us, forever. Nivelin's gentle refusal, wisdom born from decades of isolation, and you'd still hunger, still kill, still hate yourself afterward. This is the only way forward, the only way to truly live. Geralt's final question, giving them out one last chance. Are you both certain? Once we enter, I can't protect you from their judgment. Their justice might be death. Nivellen and Vereena's hands clasped tighter. Speaking together, we're certain. Together. Whatever comes, crossing threshold, sacred ground accepting them, judgment beginning, acceptance of consequences, love choosing growth over comfort, hope in accountability. Temple interior, incense thick, candlelight golden, priestesses in white robes gathering, sacred space humming with ancient power, high priestess emerging from shadows, elderly, scarred, eyes recognizing Nivellen instantly, 73 years collapsing into single moment, her voice shaking with decades of rage. You dare return here, to the place you defiled, to the women you destroyed. Nivellen kneeling, full prostration, forehead to stone, absolute submission, no defense, no excuses. I have no right to ask anything. I destroyed this sacred place. I destroyed lives. I destroyed you. What I did was unforgivable. His confession complete. Every detail, the violence, the violation, the arrogance of youth thinking power meant right, accepting all blame. Priestesses surrounding them, some angry, some curious, all wary of Vereena, Bruxa in sacred space, predator among prey. High priestess seeing Vereena, voice sharp, and you bring another monster, another abomination to defile our temple? Vereena kneeling beside Nivellen, no pride, no pretense. I am what you say. I've killed, I've fed, I deserve death. I won't argue otherwise. Pause, breath, truth. But he's taught me that monsters can choose to be more. I want to choose. I need help choosing. I'm begging for chains, the honesty disarming, no manipulation, just desperate truth laid bare. Geralt speaking, witcher's testimony carrying weight. I'm a witcher. I kill monsters. It's what I do. But these two, they're trying to be better. That has to mean something. High priestess's long silence, weighing justice, mercy, 73 years of Nivellen's suffering, whether punishment taught or merely tortured, you suffered. But did you learn? Did the curse teach you what your crime destroyed? Nivellen's tears falling on stone, every day, every moment. The isolation showed me what I took from you: connection, love, humanity, the ability to be seen without fear. And now you love this creature, this killer. I love someone trying to be more than her nature, as I've tried to be more than mine. We're both fighting what we are, the parallel clear. Both monsters seeking redemption through love. High priestess approaching Vereena, studying her, seeing genuine remorse beneath predator's eyes. Our goddess values transformation. Punishment without growth is merely cruelty. Hope flickering, dangerous to feel. I will bind you, Bruxa, magic that makes human blood poison to you. You'll sicken if you try to feed. Agony instead of ecstasy. But the binding requires anchor, someone who accepts responsibility for your restraint, your keeper. Nivellen standing immediately, no hesitation. Me, bind her to me. My life for her control, my freedom for her chains. Justice as transformation, not vengeance. Mercy earned through accountability. Love as anchor for magic. Ritual chamber, deep beneath temple. Ancient magic carved in stone. Symbols glowing faintly. Power sleeping in walls. Vereena and Nivellen in circle. Hands bound together with blessed cord. White against pale skin and dark fur. Priestesses chanting, old language, words older than kingdoms, power building like pressure before storm, air thickening. High priestess cutting both their palms, silver blade, blood mixing, red on red, bond forming through sacrifice, magic visible, golden light wrapping around them, tightening, burning, divine power reshaping nature itself. Vereena screaming, binding taking hold, nature being restrained, agony of limitation, predator being caged from within. Nivellen holding her, sharing pain, anchor in torment, love as foundation, refusing to let go despite her thrashing, his curse responding, magic recognizing redemption, punishment completing purpose, 73 years reaching end, transformation beginning, his bestial features softening, tusks receding, snout flattening, humanity returning like dawn after endless night. 73 years of curse lifting, the price paid, the lesson learned, monster becoming man again, but Vereena's binding settling, invisible chains, hunger redirected, human blood now poison instead of sustenance, nature twisted, she'll live but diminished, animal blood sustaining but never satisfying, eternal hunger managed not cured, freedom traded. Both collapsing as ritual completes, exhausted, transformed, bound together literally now, magic humming between them, Geralt watching, witnessing impossible thing, love changing nature through will and magic, Witcher seeing what contracts never show, High Priestess's pronouncement, voice carrying weight of divine law, you are bound, her hunger to your life. If she kills human, you die. Your fates are one. If you die, her binding breaks. You are each other's salvation and damnation, forever linked. The weight of responsibility settling, Nivellen must live for her restraint to hold, his survival her chains. Vereena must restrain for him to survive. Mutual dependence, love as survival, no escape. Nivellen's face, human again, tears streaming, touching his own features in wonder, smooth skin, no tusks, man reflected in stone, Vereena's face, still beautiful, but something dimmed, wildness caged, freedom traded for love, predator leashed, both looking at each other, seeing cost, seeing gift, accepting bargain made. Geralt asks quietly, worth it? Nivellen and Vereena together, no hesitation, worth everything, transformation through sacrifice, love as binding force, hope purchased with freedom, new beginning forged from endings. Spring arriving, snow melting, first flowers pushing through earth, renewal visible everywhere, nature responding to hope, Geralt staying weeks, ensuring binding holds, watching for danger, witnessing transformation, Witcher as guardian now, not executioner, mansion changed, cleaned fully, repaired, windows open to sunlight, becoming home not prison, curse's shadow lifting from stone itself. Nivellen human again, relearning his face, his hands, moving through world without curse, mirror no longer enemy, reflection showing man, not monster, Vereena adapting, feeding on livestock, managing hunger, choosing restraint daily, each choice harder than last, each choice proof of will, their relationship deepening, bound literally and figuratively, learning new normal, love tested by limitation, love surviving test. Geralt observing morning routine, them cooking together, reading by firelight, tending garden, simple moments, profound in their ordinariness, the domesticity real now, not performance, not temporary, but life being built, brick by brick, choice by choice, roses blooming everywhere, Vereena's magic still present but gentler, nurturing not predatory, beauty without threat, power redirected. Nivellen planning, voice carrying purpose. We'll open the estate, help travelers, offer shelter, repay the harm we've caused, turn isolation into connection, Vereena agreeing, conviction matching his, turn the hunting ground into sanctuary, fitting penance. Where I stalked prey will offer protection, Geralt approving silently. Redemption through action, not just intention. Words backed by deeds, hope made tangible. His bags packed, time to leave, other contracts waiting, other monsters to face, path calling him onward, but reluctance present, rare connection, rare hope, rare proof that change is possible, that monsters can choose humanity, saying goodbye at dawn, 3 who were strangers, now something like friends, unlikely bond forged through crisis. Nivellen's gratitude, hand extended, human hand, you could have killed us, easily. Thank you for seeing more, for giving us chance to be more. Vereena's embrace, careful, controlled, human gesture from inhuman creature, warmth without danger. Tell other witches, tell them some monsters choose to be better, that love can be anchor, not weakness. Geralt's promise, rare smile touching scarred face. I'll tell them, though I doubt many will believe, witches prefer simple answers, monster or not monster, looking back at mansion, at couple framed in doorway, but I'll tell them anyway. Some stories deserve telling, hope after tragedy, redemption as ongoing choice, life continuing, spring promising renewal. Geralt on Roach, riding away as sun rises, mansion shrinking behind him, spring morning crisp and clean, looking back once, seeing them waving from doorway, together, alive, choosing, every day choosing, his thoughts turning inward. What defines monster really? Question haunting him for decades, years of hunting teaching simple truth. Claws and fangs don't make the monster, nature doesn't determine evil. Thinking of contracts past, humans more monstrous than creatures he'd killed, memory sharp with injustice, nobles who tortured for pleasure, merchants who enslaved children, priests who burned innocents, all human, all protected. Yet he'd been paid to kill the monsters, while human evil walked free, coin determining justice. Nivellen's crime, terrible, unforgivable, but he'd spent 73 years in penance, suffering teaching what violence couldn't. Vereena's nature, predatory, dangerous, but she'd chosen love over hunger for 7 years, will stronger than instinct. The binding now ensuring choice continues. Magic where will alone might fail. Support not replacement. Geralt's own nature, mutated, sterile, long-lived, paid to kill. Monster hunting monsters. What does that make him? But Yennefer loves him despite everything. Ciri calls him father despite what he is. Connection transcending nature. The revelation settling. Everyone is both monster and human. Choice determines which dominates. Daily decision. His code evolving. Kill the dangerous. Spare the trying. Recognize the difference. Wisdom replacing certainty. Thinking ahead. Other contracts. Other monsters. Other impossible choices. Path never ending. But now carrying this story. Proof that redemption exists. That love can anchor change. Hope as evidence. We'll tell it in taverns, to other witches, to anyone who'll listen. Story as teaching, a grain of truth in every fairy tale. His own saying, now proven. Beauty and beast, rewritten. The monster and the beauty, not ending in death, but in binding, in choice, in hope. Different fairy tale, road stretching ahead, spring mud, birdsong, world continuing its indifferent turn, life moving forward. But Geralt changed slightly, more willing to see complexity, more willing to spare, growth through witness, roaches steady rhythm, hoofbeats like heartbeat, journey continuing, always continuing, witch's path eternal, philosophical integration, Geralt's growth, hope as radical act, journey as metaphor. Some monsters choose to be human, some humans choose to be monsters. The difference is always choice. Evening approaching, Geralt finding campsite, familiar routine beginning, day settling into dusk, unsaddling Roach, brushing her down, feeding her, caring for companion, simple acts of connection, gathering firewood, simple tasks, meditative rhythm, day ending peacefully, hands knowing work without thought. Fire crackling to life, warmth spreading, shadows dancing, comfort settling, light pushing back, darkness gently, preparing simple meal, bread, dried meat, water from stream, sustenance enough. Witcher needs little, sitting by fire, watching flames, thinking of mansion's hearth, Nivellen and Vereena by their fire, warmth shared. Wondering if they're happy, if binding holds, if love sustains, if redemption lasts, questions without answers yet, choosing to believe yes, rare optimism for Witcher, but earned by what he witnessed, hope deserved, stars emerging overhead, constellations ancient and indifferent, universe vast and uncaring, eternal witness. But down here, small stories of love and choice mattering intensely. To those living them, meaning made not given, his own exhaustion settling, weeks of vigilance, emotional weight, time to rest, body claiming due, lying back on bedroll, looking up through branches, seeing stars between leaves, sky framed by earth. Thinking of Ciri somewhere, hoping she's safe, hoping she knows he loves her, daughter of choice, thinking of Yennefer, complicated, difficult, impossible, essential, love defying logic, his own monsters, loneliness, purposelessness, wondering if he's more than his function, questions haunting quiet moments. But tonight, choosing to believe he is, choosing to believe change is possible, for monsters, for witches, for him, eyes growing heavy, fire warm, stars bright, spring air gentle, peace settling like blanket, last thought before sleep. Some monsters choose to be better. Maybe I can too. Hope as possibility. Breathing, slowing, in and out, steady as Roach's heartbeat, peaceful as spring rain, rhythm of rest, sleep approaching, gentle, earned, dreamless and deep, consciousness releasing day, the story ending, not with violence or tragedy, but with rest, with hope, with tomorrow waiting. Fire burning low, embers glowing, warmth remaining, night embracing all, darkness kind, silence settling. Forest sounds, distant owl, wind in branches, peace. Rest now, story told, journey complete, dreams waiting. Rest earned, good night.